Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday to you. A little cold for my liking, but hopefully it warms up, and we'll try to keep this heat pumping in here. We're going to go ahead and get things kicked off with our Whoville Cattle Showmanship class. Class 1 is 3 entries for the Tiny Who's of Whoville, 0 to 4. We have Mason Carpenter, Stevie Watson, and Clay Stiers.
Well, good morning here as we get started. Round out your weekend with your cattle show. It's been a lot of fun here working through all the species, and I know we have good numbers here, especially on the heifer side, so very much looking forward to it. I said it yesterday. Right now, I'm kind of looked at as the sheep and goat guy, but my passion for the livestock business really started in the cattle and the swine ring. So I really enjoy the peacefulness, the calm demeanor of a cattle show, maybe in relation to a pig and a goat show yesterday. So we've got a good Sunday morning, a little warmer maybe than we've had yesterday. So I feel good. It's going to be a very, very nice day here. We got 4 young people working hard here for us this morning. Told you many times throughout the weekend, really don't love having to place them here at this age and select a champion in reserve. But I think these 4 do a really, really nice job. If you guys would, I'll ask you here through the morning, give them a nice round of applause here. I'll shake their hand here of your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our class winner, Mason Carpenter, with our reserve being Wyatt Moody. Congratulations, guys. Class 2 has 4 entries: Walker Bailey, Mackenzie Davis, Annie Abrazino, Carson Moody. If I could just have parents remind us to keep their numbers visible so I can see that child's name, just so I can make the announcements correctly, that'd be great for me.
Well, very competitive group here. We have 4 young people working really hard, and hopefully you can tell here on ringside, regardless of age, I think these young showmen do a really nice job. They show like seasoned veterans out here, and I'll tell you what, if you watch through the rest of the species this weekend, we do a Supreme Overall Showman here in just a little bit, and I'll tell you, you're champion in this division. And I'd be a little scared if I was an older kid. They're going to be very hard to get around. Talk about a showman that's very poised on the front end. They work the stick great, heads always up, and travels very, very well with their stock. Just do a marvelous job. Again, I think all 4 of them do a wonderful job, and there's a lot of subtle differences here. To me, it's really close for reserve and third here in the group, but very, very good group of them, all 4. Give them a nice round of applause here like we've done, and I'll shake their hands in order.
Our class winner was Mackenzie Davis, and our reserve was Annie Abrazino. Congratulations. Or, excuse me, Walker Bailey. Class 3 has 6 entries where there are 7 and 8-year-olds. Audrey Bailey, Charlie Slate, Trey Davis, Dakota Carpenter, Clara Mitchell, Margot Kay.
This is an awesome group. I think all 4 of these showmen are marvelous and do a great job here. Sweetie in the back with the baldy white-flanked heifer. I really like when you get out and go in motion with that heifer. You guys travel well. You're very smooth, and you stay really poised in motion. Here from the side, I like the way you work the stick. You do a good job turning her nose towards me and keeping her head up. At times, Sweetie, I wish we'd maybe reach down there on her offside front leg and just set her just a little square there in terms of her front feet. But I think you do a really, really good job. Young lady with the little baldy heifer, again, the way you place the back legs, you work her top line exceptional and do a marvelous job there. The way you work the show stick in the front end. Sweetie, at times here from the profile, like right now, we maybe take that front end just a little too far away from me and get just a little out of line here with the rest of the cattle. I'd like you to stay just a little bit more parallel here with the rest of us here from the profile. But my goodness, you're a good showman. You do a very nice job. Young lady with the Hereford heifer here, when she turned the corner the first time, that heifer really wanted to run that young lady into the fence, and she did a really good job. And the longer she's been out here, she just keeps working her way into contention for me because she's smooth. She does a very good job there setting the feet and legs, and again did a good job sticking with the stubborn heifer there at the start. Buddy up front, Cowboy with the white heifer, again, hopefully we can tell, kind of a seasoned pro once again. He is just so calm, and to me, a cattle showman does not stick out. They always just fit in and just do things well. He is beautiful in the way he works the front end, gets the ears right, really works the top line and the chest floor of that heifer. But it's just a little thing for me and just personal preference, but showing a heifer when she goes to the bathroom there, go ahead and circle her right away and let her reset herself right there. When we just let her go and just tried to pull her up her step, she wanted to roll up in her top line and flag her tail. So I thought when she went, you could just go ahead and circle her around and bring her back in line. But I think we got 4 really, really good ones. It gets close for me for reserve, but I do think we have a champion that sets themselves apart. Again, to me, a cattle showman, they look like a stockman. They look like a stock person, like they're punching cows and getting after it. I think your champion does so. So give them a good round of applause again. We'll shake their hands, champion in reserve.
Congratulations, Trey Davis is our winner with Dakota Carpenter as our reserve. Our Class 4 has 5 entries. We have Anna Lell, Braxton Bowers, Carter Slate, Janie Kay, Susanna Hughley.
I believe, 2 heats here in this division, so we're going to pull a couple back to join us for our final drive here. A very, very good group here. I think all 6 do a nice job. To me, it's real close, just where you want to make your cutoff line. As we said, I think cattle showmen, the best cattle showmen just kind of fit into the pack. They don't really stand out for anything. They're just very, very consistent. They're smooth, they're calm, they're relaxed in the way they do things. I think as a group, a whole group here, guys, we got plenty of room here in this ring, and I know how cattle are, as we all do. Give us plenty of space. I think as you hear from the profile, we're maybe all just getting a little too jammed up on top of each other. We could just give ourselves just a little bit more space to be able to move around and be able to circle the cattle. So that was my big takeaway here in this particular group. I think there's 3 of them. We're just going to split the heats in half here. We're going to keep these 3 in the back here. Young lady with the Hereford, young man there with his Angus heifer and the cowboy hat, young lady here with the Baldy steer here. They're going to join us back for the final drive. Give them all a nice hand here, though, as they exit, please.
Coming back for that final drive will be Janie Kay, Braxton Bowers, and Susanna Hewley. Second heat for the 9 and 10-year-olds is 6 entries. Making our way to the arena. Again, just a quick reminder to make sure that your numbers are visible, so it helps us up here in the front to call out your children's names correctly when they win. Adeline Abrazino, Carter Bridges, Tatum Mills, Lyndon Little, Grace Starcher, Madison Raish.
another very competitive second heat here. And again, the fun part about judging cattle showmanship is just watching the difference, how the showmen work with either cattle that are a little stubborn, a little fiery and obnoxious versus some that are maybe just a little slow-paced and a little lethargic on us here early this morning. So I think all 6 of you did a really good job sticking with these cattle, do a good job getting them put together here from the profile. Like the last heat, the cutoff line's a little tough of where I want to be because I think there's a couple that are really close to the line. Maybe at times we'll get those cattle just a little overstretched, or some I like really, really well in motion. Maybe as we park the cattle from the profile, get a front leg or a back leg off a time or two, maybe just get them a little overstretched. So I think there's certainly some different directions you could go here in this heat. I'm going to keep 2 back out of this group, so we have 5 for your final drive. We're going to keep Cowboy there second in line with his branded heifer. Young lady up front here with the baldy white flanked heifer is going to join us as well. So we'll bring these 2 back, but give them a good hand just like we've done, please, on their efforts.
Back for that final drive for the 9 and 10-year-olds will be Adeline Abrazino, Lyndon Little, and Grace Starcher. Congratulations.
Will be very fun here as we get all of our champions back out here in just a little bit, because as we've seen, I think the younger age kids so far through the weekend have, truthfully to me, probably been a little more impressive all the way through the divisions and the species. Yeah, a young group of people here around this area that are showing very well. They're very talented and capable. I think we got a pair of them once again that this struck out to me very, very quick in terms of their eye appeal. They really do a good job walking their cattle into the set. Do a great job as far as working the stick, not being too much, too aggressive, yet enough, and still do a good job getting those cattle circled around, keeping the cattle in between me and them. So they do a very, very nice job, and I think they're really, really close to split. One of them I thought just a little smoother the whole time we were out here. I like the young lady. You're up front here with their Baldy steer. She's going to be your champion. Cowboy behind here with his Angus heifer will be reserved. Congrats to them.
Congratulations to Susanna Hughes, our champion, or first place, with Braxton Bowers as our reserve. Class 6 starts our 11 and 12-year-olds. It's a larger group with 9 entries.
Our biggest group we've had this morning, and certainly our most competitive. Again, I think all the way down the line, we have a lot of very good showmen here that are doing an exceptional job. 9 of them out here that are well in control of their cattle. So it's kind of fun to sit back and maybe sort on a few minute things here amongst this particular division. And to me, in this group, a lot of it comes down to, again, just feet and legs and getting those cattle put together from the profile. A few of us here, to me, do a really nice job on the front end, working the show stick and getting the head up, the ears right, getting the back legs just a little overstretched for me in terms of their show side back leg, and we'll lock those cattle out and make them look just a little hyperextended there in terms of their hock and their hind legs. So for me, feet and legs was the utmost priority amongst this particular division. I thought there was one that the whole time they've been out here, just really hasn't made a mistake, and truthfully, that's what it comes down to. A few of us are so close, but maybe that extra couple times we have to circle, or the extra couple times we have to work with legs versus just walking them right into it, and that's where I think your champion kind of separates themselves from the pack. To me, there's 3 or 4 of them there that could be reserve, and I think they're really close. So I'm going to give them another look here, shake the hand of your champion. We'll give them one more look and get you a reserve as well. But before we do, give them a nice round of applause, just like we've done every class this morning. They're deserving on a big group here. Good cattle.
Congratulations to all our 11 and 12-year-old entries. Ella Hughley is our winner with Bo Surratt as our reserve. Our 13 and 14-year-olds are broken into 2 classes, or 2 groups. Class 7 has 7 entries making their way to the arena. We have Alana McDaniel, Ashlyn Houston, Blaine Abrazino, Macy Ledford, Ben Holland, Sedona Sifford, Caden Wagner.
Well, we have two heats once again as we move up in age group. And again, 7 of them doing a very nice job out here. And like we've had each time with a heat so far, there's just been that line of where you want to be. And it's a little challenging just to kind of set it because there's some people that are really, really close for me. Maybe once again, just getting those cattle a little far overstretched in terms of their hind leg. Maybe getting that nose a little high in the air and turning their head a little too much. Just the little things that kind of add up here in a showmanship division. But there's 3 of them for me that are going to come back, and they suit me really, really well. I like the young lady here in the red sweater. You're going to come back here with your big black heifer. Young guy here with the smoked steer. You're going to come back and join us. Young lady circling here in the blue. These 3 will join us back for your final drive. Give them a nice hand here as they exit, please.
Coming back for our final drive for the 13 and 14-year-old groups out of Class 7 will be Ashlyn Houston, Blaine Abrazino, and Macy Ledford. Congratulations. Heat 2 for this 13 and 14-year-old group is coming up next in Class 8 with 8 entries. We have Ella Miller, Mackenzie Evans, Michaela Davis, Maggie Snap, Madison Evans, Levi Bringer, Macy Ferguson, Clara Grubb.
Well, Heat 2 brings us 8 again that are very, very good and competitive. And I've said it every single heat, but just again, finding that line of where you want to make a cut here in this group is very, very challenging because to me, a few of them are so good in motion and travel well with their cattle. And then, like we said, you get over here from the profile, maybe just get them a little too splayed out for me and where I want to be in terms of their hip and their hind leg, and maybe a front foot here or there. So just weighing it out. And again, showmanship comes down to consistency consistency from start to finish. Thought there was 3 of them again to join us back that did a very, very nice job. Young lady up front there in the cowboy hat and the green sweater, you're going to join us back. Young lady here in the blue sweater, striped shirt, and the young lady behind here. So we'll keep these front 3 back to join us for your final drive.
Coming back for the final drive for Heat 2 is Ella Miller, Mackenzie Evans, Michaela Davis. And we'll go ahead and have that final drive for the 13 and 14-year-olds.
Another awesome division here, and I think all 6 of these showmen are very, very competitive. No matter where you go in the country, they really, really hold their own. They're very poised, yet they're intense, and they really do a good job working these cattle here from the profile. And like we had a few divisions ago, it's just so many little things that kind of add up the longer you're out here, whether it's walking, standing still, and just the way we position themselves up front. There's a pair for me that stuck together really, really close, and I thought they were going to be tight in their particular heat. Still are as they get back out here for your final drive. Just very, very a high-end showman to me. And the way they work the front end of the cattle, the way they position themselves, and then feet and legs are always right where they need to be. Again, subtle little things that split the pair for me, but I'm very, very comfortable with your champion in reserve here. Give them a nice round of applause. I'll give them a look here and shake their hand to champion in reserve.
Just a reminder, I can't see any of your tags when y'all are having your cattles face that way. So if you can show the tags right before you walk out to the front of the booth so we can announce names, that would be really, really great for me. I didn't get the reserve, but I did see that Macy Ledford was our winner there. Congratulations. Ashlyn Houston, it sounds like, is our reserve. Thank you. Class 9 coming into the arena is our 15 and 16-year-old group, and it's in 2 heats. 3 heats. So we have 7 entries in Class 9. Daisy Abrazino, Maddie Kraus, Caleb Davis, Malachi Music, Jason Barnhart, Margaret Prinzo, Cody Lyon. Quick announcement, we need Dakota and Mason Carpenter to see Peyton Taylor down there in the front. Also Wyatt Moody. You guys need to be interviewed before the Supreme Drive.
A very good heat to start out this division. 3 heats, so we're going to be just a little more stern and strict here with where our cut line is. There's a pair of them for me that we're going to bring back that suit me really, really well. They hit me hard when they came in. Do a great job working those cattle in motion. Same can be said. We get them here from the profile, and they certainly look the part. We're going to keep the young man in the cowboy hat up front. He's going to join us back there with his red and white heifer. Guy here in the vest right here, third in line. They're both going to join us back. Give them all a good hand here. A good way to start this division.
Heat 2 has 7 entries for the Class 10. We have Colt Thomas and Sarah Clark, Caroline Edwards, Josie Caldwell, Grant Wagner, Savannah Carpenter, Maddie Carpenter.
Very good second heat. And there's a pair to me to come back for your final drive. I thought were just a little smoother when we transitioned from walking the cattle into their set and really walk those cattle into their feet and legs every time, and then just do a marvelous job there on the front end. Again, good heat all the way down the line. We're going to keep the young lady up front there with the branded 505 heifer, Cowboy here with the orange shirt. We're going to keep these two back here for your final drive. Congratulations to all of you there.
Heat 3 for our 15, 16-year-olds are up next, coming to the arena with 7 entries. 5 entries. We had Cannon Wilholt, Kaylee Phillips. Jordan Simmons, Ella Knight, Lauren Dowdy, Abigail Miller, and Trey Mills.
An awesome way to bring us to the end of this division. We're going to have a very competitive final drive here. This heat's tough because we have every single shape, size, and color of a show cow that you could possibly make. We got some little prospecty steers, some baby calves, and then some big breds here in the back that are about to go into production. So a lot of differences in how you'd get these cattle presented. I thought there was a pair that were just a little smoother the longer they were out here. Did a really, really nice job getting these cattle put together here when we get them parked from the side. We're going to keep the young lady here in the far back in the blue shirt. You're going to join us for our final drive. Young lady here with the black heifer in front as well. Again, a very good group here. Give them a nice round of applause when we work through your final drive. Well, before we select you a champion reserve in this division, we whittled down 3 good heats here, and we got 6 of them back that I think are exceptional. Would you guys please give them a nice hand, a good round of applause here for their efforts this morning? Again, we left some good showmen back out of their heats, and we had to make some cuts there, so we just tried to keep 2 back per. There's a pair to me that stick together really, really well. They hit me very hard in their initial heats, and still do once again. Just do a great job. They're showing very different types of cattle, so you kind of have to take some things with that, but I think they really are both smooth, they're calm, they're controlled, and really own the ring. Use all of it there in motion, and I like the way they position themselves here from the side. So I'm going to give them one more look here and grab you a champion in reserve, but again, give them a nice round of applause, just like you did, please.
Congratulations to Abigail Miller as our overall winner. And Maddie Carpenter is our reserve for the 15 and 16-year-old showmanship. We need our music hooked back up to the speakers. We have 10 entries for our 17 and 18-year-old Class 12. We have Carly Thomas, Ellie Shuping, Sawyer Black, Barrett Freeman, Ivy Jones, Channy Brown, Michelle Hartman, Charlie Birdsell, Addison Sprinkle, Cheyenne Carpenter.
our bigger classes here so far this morning, but a very, very good group all the way down the line. I think it's really, really close. For reserve for myself, I think there's a champion that just kind of stuck out pretty quick for myself. Whether the cattle are in motion or standing still, just always has their animal put together really, really well for me here. As I said, it gets kind of challenging for reserve between a pair of them. I think one's probably a little smoother and calmer and works the front end a little bit better. One of them's probably got a little more intensity. So I go back and forth between that pair, but I thought everybody here, one of our bigger groups, and we used the ring really, really well. We used all the ring, plenty of spacing in between all the cattle. So I commend you guys on that, and I wish you the best of luck here as you keep showing. If you guys would, give them a good round of applause here, and I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations to all of our 17 and 18-year-old entries. That was a very large class with a lot of good competition. Our winner for that group is Addison Sprinkle, and our reserve is Barrett Freeman. Our final class for the showmanship group is our 19 and 21-year-olds with 7 entries. We have Hope Lotta, Skylar Crocker, Emma Brown, Isabella Honeycutt, Lily Bissett, Isabella Honeycutt, Riley Sudreth, David Korn.
good way to bring us to the end here of our older age group. I believe we still have the first-timers to go, but a very, very good group. They use the ring well, and as you can tell, just the spacing here from the profile, I very, very much appreciate. It's a close call here for reserve for myself, just like we've had a few times. I think your champion's just hard to turn here in the group. I'll always walk that cattle right into the set. Really does a good job working the show stick, working the front end, and just a very, very commanding type of a presence. So I think it's very close there for reserve. We're going to use a young man up front there. He's going to be your champion. Young lady right in behind is going to be reserve. Congrats to those two.
Hey, buddy, can you flash me your number right quick? Thank you. Congratulations to Skylar Crocker as our champion, our winner for that class, and Hope Latta as our reserve. Neil. Our first timers with 6 entries, 0 to 21. our first-timers group, we have Gabriella Baldwin, Gunnar Crawford, Margot Kay, Reese Little, Colton Arms, and Wyatt Moody.
Well, a very good way to bring us to the end here with your first-time showman. If you guys would, please, you've done it each and every heat in class, but give them a nice round of applause, a good hand here for their show efforts this morning. We have 5 good ones in here, and again, it's impressive to see just first-year showmen doing a very, very nice job here. Tough call here of what direction you'd like to go. There was one showman, I think, as far as show stick control, working the head, and really doing a nice job there when the cattle are parked. I thought just did an exceptional job. I like the young lady here, second from the back with her little belty steer. You're going to be our champion. Young lady with this big heifer here in the green is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to all our first-time showers. Gabriella Baldwin will be our champion with Evie Dunning as the reserve. Folks, we're going to take a quick break for this last one, maybe about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll come back.
Your champion in reserve is not up here for showmanship. Please get them to come up here now. We're getting ready to get started.
Test. Test.
Okay, here we go. Class 1, your 0 to 4-year-old champion from North Carolina. He's 5 years old, Mason Carpenter. Your reserve champion is Wyatt Moody. Class 2, 5, 6-year-olds. He's from North Carolina, 7 years old, Walker Bailey. Your reserve champion, 7 years old from North Carolina, Mackenzie. Your 7 and 8-year-old champion. He's from South Carolina, 9 years old, Trey Davis. Your reserve champion, Dakota Carpenter, 9 years old from North Carolina. Your 9 to 10-year-old, Susanna Huey from Georgia. She's 11 years old. Your reserve champion from Tennessee, Braxton Bonners, 11 years old. Your 11 to 12-year-old champion, Ella Huey, 13 years old from Georgia. Your reserve champion from North Carolina, 12-year-old Bo Surratt. Your 13, 14-year-old champion, Miss Macy Ledford. She's from North Carolina and she's 14. Your reserve champion, also from North Carolina, Ashlyn Houston. She's 15 years old. Your 15, 16-year-old champion, Abigail Miller. Your reserve champion in the 15, 16-year-olds, Maddie Carpenter from North Carolina, 17 years old. Your 17, 18-year-old champion, from North Carolina, 18-year-old Miss Addison Sprinkle. Your reserve champion, also from North Carolina, 19 years old, Barrett Freeman. Your 21-year-old champion from North Carolina, Mr. Skylar Crocker. Your reserve champion from the 1921, Hope Latta. She's from North Carolina as well. And finally, the best, the first-timers champion, Miss Gabriana Baldwin. She's 12 years old from North Carolina. Your reserve, Evie Booting, 11 years old from Georgia. Congratulations, guys.
as we come to a close here on your showmanship this morning, we had a lot of really, really good divisions and heats to work through and put together. And, man, I'm very pleased with our champion lineup as we get out here from the youngest age group all the way to the oldest. And I said it the first night, but it's quite interesting doing a Supreme overall drive. And when you got a couple showmen out here that can barely tie their shoes and some that might crack a Coke, crack a beer here in just a little bit after the show. So it's a little tough to figure out where you want to be all the way from the 21 down to the first stage. I did think there was a group, an age group of them that was really, really challenging to put together. Your champion to me is just the most consistent from their heat to final drive to now, always has that cattle put together in terms of feet and legs, the right type of intensity without being too much. Your reserve, I think, is really, really close. Probably my favorite showman as far as their positioning. They kind of have a lazy-headed type of cattle and maybe don't show off the front end quite like what your champion does, but certainly some good ones out here that are going to get left out. If you guys would give them a good round of applause here. Looking forward to your cattle show. Give them a nice hand here. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
Your Supreme Showman champion was Ella Huey. Who was reserved? And reserve champion was Abigail Miller. Congratulations. Neil, don't you want to break for pictures? You need to go? Okay. They can take them afterwards. Yep. I've got them over there. So, let me,
Good afternoon, folks. We're going to go ahead and start off the breeding heifer show with the AOB breeding heifer, Class 2, single entry with Mackenzie Davis.
I'm really looking forward here to this heifer show. We saw some really, really nice ones sprinkled in throughout showmanship, and it's going to be very, very fun. We got a good single entry here. A little young lady's a composite heifer she calls Honey. That's a really, really classy, very feminine type of a composite heifer. I like just her maternal look, her femininity up there through her front end. She looks like a female, and for a composite, just the way her muscle lays on is very, very good. We could pull her down to her flank just a little bit and maybe just smoothing her up in her tail head and the way it sits into her, but a good single entry here. I told the young lady earlier, she's an excellent hand. She's got a very bright future here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Mackenzie, as our class winner. Class 2 coming on into the ring. Looking for 4 entries for Class 3. Skylar Crocker, Ella Schultz, Gracie Schultz, Ella Miller, Susanna Hughley.
Real nice group of 4 cattle to put together. And again, my career as a collegiate judging coach, I look at way too many classes of 4. So I think this is a good group. You could certainly talk a lot of differences. To me, it's a top pair of cattle, and they're very, very different. I like the extra disc cow character and substance of the young lady's key heifer up front. A little bolder in terms of her heart, her body shape, and you get behind her. I just think she's injected with just a little bit more cow power and dimension. And with that, she's a bigger footed option. And I like the shape of her head and her jaw just a little bit bit better than the heifer in behind. Now, sweetie, I'd like to relax her foot and her pastern just a little bit there in motion to call her an easy class winner. Certainly a really, really good female. I think the maintainer heifer here in second, I like her hind leg just a little bit better standing still. She's got more foot size and more depth to her hoof and her heel. To me, she's just a little shallow in terms of her jaw, a little tight there in terms of her throat. And to me, as we project this heifer down the road, I just don't read her as cowy in her rib shape, her heart depth, or just her punch when I get in behind her there. The blaze-faced heifer's got a really, really nice foot quality to her in terms of pastern and hind leg. I thought she was a little sounder than the female coming in behind. Still nice there through her neck and her front end. For me, young lady, still just a little green in terms of her rib and her body, a little piecey in the way her top line will come together. The white heifer here's got a lot of body, a lot of rib shape and dimension to her. I like her performance advantage, and she's probably a little smoother than the baldy here. For me, sweetie, she's just a little straight in terms of her structure, in terms of her hip and her hind leg, a little more limited there out of her shoulder and her tail head, but a good class there for nonetheless.
Our Class 3 winner is Susanna Hughley, or Hugh He. And Skylar Crocker is our reserve. Three entries for Class 4 AOB breeding heifer. Josie Caldwell, Isabella Honeycutt, Macy Ledford.
Another nice class with a good pair of Key Angus heifers here on the top end, and sometimes it just works out. We're going to leave them how they came in here. A young lady in the blue shirt there is holding your class winner, although she doesn't want to be a class winner at the moment. To me, this heifer is just so much bolder, and I think off the halter will certainly just be a better cow prospect for the young lady. I like her forerib, her body type, her just depth back to her flank, and then still she's smoother in her tail head and just the way everything comes together. Thought just a really, really nice female. I'd like to relax her spine and just loosen up her hind leg travel just a little bit, but a very, very fresh, attractive, good rib, good body type of a cattle. I really like parts and pieces here. The young man's heifer in second, got a beautiful hind leg, standing still, good foot quality, good shape and travel to her hind leg for a key influenced heifer. Still very strong down her top line as well. Buddy, for me, she's a little coarser and higher in her tail head, and then I think you get through the fit job, and she's just a little snug and tight there in her flank, a little tighter in terms of her body type. So just like to make her a little more maternal in her overall makeup there. We have the black and white heifer. This is a real useful cow. She is moderate in terms of her frame score. I like her body type. I like her structure. She's just a little narrow. As I step in behind her, I like to power that heifer up and give her just a little more growth and performance, but a very good trio nonetheless. I thought those were three nice cattle.
Congratulations to Macy Ledford as our champion, and Josie Caldwell was our reserve. Coming into the ring for 2 entries for Class 5 is Hope Latta and David Korn.
This is a challenging pair of cattle. Again, breed for breed, they both represent their kinds very, very well. And I'd listen to a switch. If you'd like to just put your priorities in a different place, I'm going to leave them how they are, though. The young lady's Limb Flex White Flanked Heifer up front's going to be your class winner. Just comes with a little more overall performance and stretch and extension here. Does it so with a good maternal body type, a good set of feet and legs laid into her. I'd like to dial her down and just lay her in a little smoother in her tail head and maybe just clean her up a scotch there through her neck and her throat, but certainly a good-bodied, extended type of a heifer. I like her feet and legs very, very well. I think, again, cow character, this Belty's a really, really nice female for her breed type. She is good in terms of frame score. I love her body type, and she is very loose and sound in her structure. I didn't read her just as bold when I got on top or right in behind the pair, and then still maybe just a little shorter in her overall makeup, but a nice pair of cattle. I'd certainly listen to differences amongst those two. Congratulations to both of you there.
Congratulations to Hope Latta as our class winner, with David Korn as our reserve. Class 6 is a single entry, Trey Davis.
A very nice single entry heifer, and again, I've never been here to tell you it's my way or the highway, but we can all agree that she's a class winner, but I hope we can all agree that this one, she's going to be really, really hard to turn as we move through your heifer show. That is a beautiful, beautiful low percentage heifer. I mean, she is gorgeous up there through her neck and her front end. What I love about a big bred heifer like her is she is so, so fresh in terms of her neck, her chest floor, around her pone and her udder, and that is a good-bodied, super, super clean-jointed and sound one. That heifer, to me, nationwide, very, very competitive. I'd space her a little bit better in her udder and her teats just to call a spade a spade. That is an excellent heifer. Very, very impressive. Good job to you, partner.
Congratulations to Trey Davis as our class winner. Coming to the ring for Class 7 AOB breeding heifers is 2 entries with Janie Kay and Michelle Hartman.
Well, really a nice pair of cattle. I like both these females very, very well. We're going to use the young ladies, a solid black, white-flanked, a high mane heifer here to be your class winner. That's an impressive high mane female. She has the continental just muscle and width and body and bone to her. Yet still, I thought the travel of her hind leg was really, really flexible and very, very loose. She still balances and looks maternal for me for a continental female. She's a little long-toed if I'm going to get on to her, and she's got a pinch, a forward chest, and can be just a little more ladylike and classy through her neck design. But to have that much volume and capacity and muscle, she still balances well, and I really, really like her hind leg for being that bold and dimensional. Thought that was a real good place to start. Again, freshen her up a pinch in her chest floor, redesign her foot shape just a little bit. Darn good heifer there to lead you out. The Star 5 heifer here, the young lady brings us the red and white female. Just a really, really useful cow to me in terms of her off-halter potential. Love her feet and leg structure. She's loose, she's sound and mobile. Maybe you could use just a little bit more depth of body, sweetie, in relation to our class winner. Could clean her up just a touch there through her shoulder and her chest. But it's a great pair of cattle. They represent their breeds well. My compliments to both of them there.
Congratulations to Michelle Hartman, who's our class winner, and Jenny Kay is our reserve. Class 8 showing 3 entries. Riley Sudreth, Barrett Freeman, Maggie Snap.
Well, nice trio of cattle, and I think there's a discussion between the top pair of them. To me, the refinement, the body type, and just the female look of your key heifer that wins, the young lady in the red, suits me just a little bit nicer. I think between the pair, she's more refined and more feminine there in the shape of her head. I like her depth of body, her just fleshing ability. With that, still got a good hind leg that travels well in relation to the other cattle. I'd clean up her chest floor and her navel, and she's not just the boldest in her heart and her forerib, but man, a good heifer in terms of just udder quality, feet, legs, refinement. Looks the most like a female to me in this particular setting. I do like the power and the substance here. The heifer coming in next. The young man's a really bold top, thick-made, big-legged type of a heifer. For me, she's just a little bit more conventional and just not as feminine and maternal up there through her head shape and the crest of her neck. I'd like to drop her in her heart and her flank and just soften her up a little bit. But man, a nice heifer. We fixed her tail head, her body, and her head shape. That pair gets really, really close here. The Brockle heifer is a really, really long line, strong top type of a heifer. I need to soften her as well. She's just a little hard in terms of her body type, not just as bold and powerful in terms of her pin set or her bone as the heifer that goes out in front of you, not just as nice in terms of her body and her balance as your class winner, but certainly a big-footed, good top type of a heifer, maybe just a little shallow and hard here in this group.
Coming back for our drive is Mackenzie Davis, Susanna Hughley, Macy Ledford, Hope Latta, Trey Davis, Michelle Hartman, Riley Sudreth.
Well, a really competitive group of AOB cattle here, and I'm very pleased and impressed with the quality here. Again, I said it during the pig show. I didn't think anything on the upper end was going to touch some of those bears or gilts that we judged yesterday. I certainly think we found some that are going to be really, really close as we work through showmanship and here into your first breed of your heifer show. Don't want you to think I'm just going to rush through it here this morning, but when I got my mind made up, we're going to pull the trigger and we're going to go. There's one of them here that sticks out like a sore thumb, and man, if we can't agree that she needs to be your champion, we got serious, serious problems. You want to talk about high rent, expensive cattle that look feminine, they look refined, but they pack a punch with a beautiful hind leg. I think this thing's top 1% and awfully, awfully, awfully good. There's a pair for reserve that are close for me. One of them's bolder, stouter, and chunkier. One of them's more refined, more feminine, and just prettier in terms of her profile. Again, I'm a firm believer heifers have to look like heifers, and they need to be feminine, they need to be maternal, and that's the direction we'll go here. If you guys would, I haven't asked you yet this morning, give them a nice big round of applause here on their efforts in the AOV division. Very, very competitive group.
Congratulations to Trey Davis as our AOB breeding champion, with Macy Ledford as our reserve. Currently in the ring right now, we have the start to our Angus breeding heifers, Class 9, with a single entry, Beau Surratt.
Just an excellent start here to your Angus show. I believe the young man, she came in maybe the first group of showmanship, I believe, and I think he brought her in as well. And I said, man, I don't know what the Angus show is going to look like, but this one's going to be pretty hard to turn. This is a beautiful make-calf. I mean, she is gorgeous from the profile. So good there out of her hip, her strength, the top's beautiful. And then that's a pretty neck heifer that's good in the lay of her shoulder. I like this heifer as an Angus calf because she's very, very genuine, and she's good neck, good shouldered, and good legged, but she's no pancake for an Angus. She's still got some rib shape, some depth of body, some pin width to her. I think that one's going to be very competitive as we move through the breed. Congratulations, young man. That's a good single entry.
Congratulations, Beau. Class 10 is showing 4 entries.
really good class again, 4 Angus heifers here. And again, I really, really like Partner's heifer that lands here in second. Unfortunately, he was dealt a tough hand here with this female that leads you out. Truly impressive Angus heifer that is wonderful up there through her front end. I mean, that is a high dollar silhouette there from the profile. And again, she's one of those that's not just a waspy-necked, flighty, crazy looking Angus heifer that's a sissy and isn't going to be a cow, because man, she's got the wild look, but a big rib cage and a world of dimension when you get into her. I thought she was sounder than the heifer in second, out of her shoulder and her front end, just a little looser, and the way she moves off either end of her structure as a beautiful Angus heifer. Get hard on her, just nitpick on her. I'd like to lay her in smoother in her tail head just a touch, but my goodness, that's a really impressive unit there to lead you out. Buddy, standing still, I really like your white flanked heifer here in second, and when you brought her in showmanship, she was another one of those that I thought would be hard to get around in the Angus breed here. Really good down her top line. I like her length of hip and her tail head and the way it lays into her top line a little bit better than what your class winner is. For me, Bud, just a little tight out of her shoulder and her front end, and you do a really good job trying to keep her head up. Personally, I don't think it's your problem. I think she's just a little straight there through her shoulder and her knee, and that causes her to roll down in her head there in motion. If she was sounder, that pair gets really close, because I like both those cattle very well. As much as I like them two, man, we have 2 nice cattle here standing amongst us in third and 4. This heifer here in third is really another one. I like the refinement, the shape of her head and her front end, maybe just a little tighter in her heart and her forerib, and maybe just a little rounder in the way her hip and her hind legs made, but a moderate, good-bodied, attractive heifer. Maybe didn't read her just as a neat there in terms of her lines as what the second heifer was, or just as bold and out there as what your class winner is. This is a really powerful Angus heifer, and I really like that about her. She is moderate in her frame score. Won't be just the biggest cow long term, but I prefer just her frame size, her frame score, muscular, really power, a stout, punchy Angus heifer. I'd like to clean her up there through her front end. She's got a little more shoulder and neck for me as a little calf, and then we'll get just a little round in her hip as well. But that's a great class of 4 to talk about. Congratulations to all you guys there in a good group.
Congratulations to Ellie Shooping as our class winner, with Braxton Bowers as our reserve. Class 11 has 2 entries for our Angus breeding heifer group: Ashlyn Houston, Mackenzie Evans.
I'll tell you what, after the AOBs here and then through your first class of Angus, we're going to have a wildly good heifer show here this afternoon. I like both these cattle. Both these young ladies were really competitive in showmanship, and they do a good job getting them presented for us. I think just the freshness, the substance, and body type of the young lady's heifer here and the gray sweater needs to be your class winner. That's a super complete, nice balanced female. I thought she was a little sounder in her hip and her hind leg, a little bolder in her heart, and just a little fresher in the way everything comes together. You know, again, she's not just the neatest in the shape of her neck, and she gets a little weird at her grow bone and her tail head, but that's a real impressive female. Again, this Angus heifer show is about to be really, really fun as we keep working through them. Again, this is no slouch here. I happen to call this heifer a last or a second place heifer at a jackpot show. Is not a lot of fun for me because, again, this is an Angus female with just a great rib shape in terms of body depth, some dimension, some extra performance and length. She really does a good job. I read her just a little piecey there in her shoulder and her forerib, not just as fresh or as bold maybe as your class winner. Two very nice cattle. You guys have done a good job getting them shown for us here. Give them both a nice hand here if you're around ringside, please. They're deserving.
Mackenzie Evans is our class winner, with Ashlyn Houston as the reserve. Class 12 is a little larger for our entries. It was 6 coming into the ring. We have Grant Wagner, Maddie Carpenter, Lyndon Little, Madison Raish, Cheyenne Carpenter, Savannah Carpenter.
Our biggest class we've had in the heifer show, so we finally get to sort on just a few more minute details here. And I think you could do a lot of things here from 3, 4, 5, and 6. We have 4 very, very different type of cattle. Very comfortable with the way we line up 1 and 2. Young Ladies 505 branded heifer there. Just really, really complete in terms of her eye appeal. Nice neck, good bodied, really, really good down in terms of lines and structure. Probably isn't going to be just the boldest or the thickest, the punchiest one to hit the Angus show, but certainly an attractive, nice neck. necked heifer. I thought she was fresher up through her front end than the heifer coming in second. But you do got a really, really nice bodied, moderate, functional type of a cattle. She's just a little plain there through her chest and her shoulder for me. From where we're at in a weight perspective and an age perspective, just like to freshen that heifer up there through her front end. As I said, 3, 4, 5, you could really, really go a lot of different directions amongst these next 4 cattle. I thought the young lady in blue there brought us one that was just a little sounder than what the other 3 are, and still does it with a nice pattern there from the profile, enough body and enough dimension. Thought she was just a little more moderate, a little sounder out of her hip and her hind leg than these 2 cattle, just a little bit bolder than the one that rounds us out. Young lady's got one that's just a real massive, muscular heifer when you get onto her. Sweetie, she gets a little round in her structure for me. Maybe just needs to be a little softer in her overall makeup. Same can be said here. A real bold, dimensional, powerfully constructed heifer for me. Just a little too straight there up through her shoulder and her front end. You get that female motion. She'll get just a little round in her top and her hip for me. I thought about sliding this heifer up 2 spots because I think she's sounder than these 2 cattle in terms of her structure. She's a little more refined through her neck and her shoulder as well. The call I had to make is I get right in behind her. She's the flattest in terms of her rib, just funnels a little too much. In terms of her dimension from behind, just like to power her up a scotch. So good class. There's some challenge amongst those 6 cattle. I think your class winner was the most complete, though. Congratulations to her and the rest of them.
Congratulations to Maddie Carpenter, our class winner, with Lyndon Little as our reserve. Class 13 is 2 entries with Ashlyn Houston and Bo Surratt.
Well, to me, our toughest pair we've had throughout your heifer show. I like both these cattle, yet there's still a thing or two that we could alter on both of them, but very, very good females in their own right. I thought the extra just substance, the foot, the bone, the freshness, and the top line of the young man's heifer was just a little more superior than the female up front. I like the way just her hip, her tail head, her hind legs constructed, whether she's standing still or in motion, and then a very fresh, nice balanced type of a female. You know, she's a little shorter up there through her neck and her front end. We could maybe just lengthen her out in that regard, but certainly a very, very capacious, good-bodied, big-footed type of an Angus heifer there. I just love the functionality here and just the overall capacity of the heifer coming in second. She's a big-rib, good-bodied heifer that's certainly still sound in the way her feet and her hind leg are constructed. She's a little coarse for me in terms of her tail head, and then just a little bit plainer in her overall makeup. Just like to freshen that heifer up, make her a little bolder in her heart, just a little smoother there in her tail head. But that's a good pair of cattle. I like both of those. They're very tough to split. Congratulations to you two.
Class 14 is another 2 entries with Riley Sudreth and Caden Wagner. I believe the interior of your Angus show, we're going to have a very nice overall lineup here in a few. 2 good cattle, both good growthy, performance-oriented females. To me, a young lady up front there, that heifer's just a little more commanding in terms of her presence. Thought she was a little more refined in terms of her head shape, her neck, her front end, a little smoother in the way her top line comes together. I think both these cattle could be just a little bit better in their teat size and spacing. Both maybe just a little blunt in terms of their teats and just a little off in terms of spacing. But that's a really long spine, feminine, good body type of a heifer. She's getting to that point in gestation where she's maybe just a little sluggish in the way she'll get out of her hind leg. Could be softer in her heart there, but a good female nonetheless. A real bold, dimensional, powerful heifer comes in second. I just love her natural foot size, her punch and muscle when I get in behind her. With that extra muscle, young lady, just like to freshen her up and make her more refined through her front end. Got a little more tail head and pone than what I deem ideal, but a good way to round out your Angus show there. Congratulations to Riley Sudreth as our class winner, with Caden Wagner as our reserve. Coming back for the final drive. For our Angus breeding heifers is Bo Surratt, Ellie Shuping, Mackenzie Evans, Maddie Carpenter, another Bo Surratt entry, Riley Sudreth.
a wonderful Angus heifer show. And I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of Angus cattle because I normally read them just a little plain and just a little flat and maybe a little too showy and not cowy enough. But goodness, this is a great lineup of Angus cattle that I think represent their breed well, and they're very, very competitive. I haven't asked you here through this breed because I know people are running back and forth here, but if you're up here supporting the young people, will you please pay them off with a nice round of applause here for their efforts? As I said, I think there's 6 very, very nice cattle, and we'll drop in a second here in a few. Just like your AOB division, though, to me there's one of them that just kind of sets the standard real fast. You want to talk about cattle that are waspy and have the cool neck set that everybody likes nowadays? She has it. And then you throw on top of that the actual cow, rib shape, dimension, and structure to be long-lasting. I think this thing is a freak on a leash and an absolute out-there one for the breed. She's got a pinch of tail head, as we discussed in class, but past that, a real hard one to turn. There's another pair for reserve that I think are really close. One of them's probably got a little more to her in terms of substance and body and mass, maybe just a little coarser in her tail head or shoulder and her front end. One of them's really immature, very green and skinny, and I really like the design and the structure she represents. Got to make a call if she's just got enough to her here today. So very competitive Angus heifer show. Very pleased with them. I'm excited to see how they'll keep matching up. Give them another nice hand if you guys would, please, and I'll get you a champion in reserve. We bring Cowboys white flanked heifer back in the lineup, and I told you I really like this heifer standing still. She's attractive, she's good in her body type, and got a very fresh, captivating look to her. Like to lay her back and just the slope of her shoulder, but certainly a really good one. It comes down to Class 1, young man there in the brown, and then Class 3, the young lady in the gray sweater. As I said, I think the young lady's heifer is probably just a little bit punchier and certainly has a little bit more to her in terms of performance and groceries. Maybe just a little plainer there through her neck, her chest, and her shoulder. I could free up her hind leg and her spine just a shade as well. Cowboys I love from the profile, and I think this heifer is really green and immature still, but a world of an upside for an Angus female. So classy and tidy, and more importantly, I think her feet, her legs, and her structure are built for the long haul. Again, there's a lot of nice cattle represented out here. My next favorite one in terms of future and promise, the right feet and legs and structure, Cowboy Class 1's got you reserved. Congrats to him.
Congratulations to Ellie Shooping as our class winner. Bosera is our reserve. Neil, are we taking a break or are we going right in? Moving right along with our Charlet breeding heifer class 16 single entry. Need you up to the ring when you're available. Starting off our Charolais breeding heifers with Class 16 single entry Riley Sudreth.
Well, wonderful way to leapfrog us here in your Charolais division. I'm a big fan of Charolais cattle. I think they're very intriguing to study. Young lady said this is her first time out here in the show ring, and she was doing so good. Now she wants to be just a little Friday on us here. Hey, this heifer, if you don't know much about the Charolais breed, they're known for power, they're known for muscle and growth, and she's got it. I mean, that is a rib cage and some true cow power and dimension when you get into her. She is not a pancake show heifer. I mean, she is big-footed, big bone, extra dense and muscular in her kind. Looks like she could make some real powerful cows, yet still make some real muscular bull progeny as well. So I'd love to see just kind of the bulls, the males that come out of this one, extra muscular, maybe just a little piecey in her shoulder and right in behind it today. And when she's acting a fool, she'll get just a little round in terms of her hip. That is a very bold, powerful Charolais. Congratulations to you, and I wish you the best of luck as you keep showing her.
Congratulations, Riley, on your class win. Class 17 brings to the ring 3 entries. We have Gracie Schultz, Willie Bissett, Katie Mitchell.
Well, definitely the toughest decision we've made so far in your heifer show. I think we have three really, really different type of Charolais heifers, and yet they all have a very good class-lending advantage. They all have something I'd like to just tweak on them to call them an easy winner. We're going to leave them how they stand right now. The young lady up front there in the red sweater's got your class winner. To me, she kind of combines the dimension and the width and body of another with the soundness and the prettiness of the other heifer in class. So I thought she was the most complete. I liked her structure, her look up there through her front end. The skirt heifer is really, really good in terms of her lines. I'd just dial her down and lay her in smoother in her tail head to call her an easy winner, but a really, really complete one to start. I really like this heifer from the profile. That line's here in second. She's a really long-bodied, up-fronted type of a heifer with a good hind leg. To me, of the class, as I get right up in front, right in behind the cattle, just need to bust her apart and just give her a little more rib and width and dimension to her. And maybe for me, in terms of frame score, as I project that heifer down the road, going to be plenty big in terms of her frame size as a big bred. So clean up her navel, open her up, and bust her apart there. That pair is really, really close for me. I really love just the performance and the muscle and power of the heifer that will round you out. The young lady brings us certainly just a dimensional, powerful female, just a little limited in terms of her structure. Like to free up her hip and her hind leg. So tough class, tough trio, and you could certainly go a lot of different directions with those three.
Congratulations to Lily Bissett as our class winner. Katie Mitchell is our reserve. Class 18 rounds out our Charolais breeding heifer group with three final entries of Hope Latta, Trey Davis, Lauren Dowdy.
Well, tremendous end here to your Charolais show, and this one's one of those that I just don't think you need to know anything about livestock to gravitate towards her. That is one wild, wild Charolais heifer. I mean, if you want to talk about holes, I just don't think she has one. I mean, she is so, so bold. I mean, she is so fresh for where she's at in stage of life and condition and gestation. Her rib cage quality, her pin bone, her hip and hind leg, that is a top tier type of Charolais show heifer. I mean, she is beautifully presented, extra fresh, extra refined, to have that substance, to have a ladylike look in a structure like that for her breed type. I think that one's a player. Anywhere you take her, I like that heifer quite a good deal. 2 and 3 are very, very different in their overall kind, and I think you could certainly switch these two if you'd like. I thought the one that followed your class winner was the one that lines here in second, just in terms of true dimension, width, and still having some substance underneath of her foot, bone structure is really, really good. I'd clean her up just a little bit there in terms of her tail head and her neck and her throat, but certainly a bold, powerful, high-constructed heifer. Not as fresh, and her overall makeup or as attractive and refined as the one we started out with. I do like just the front end and the head shape and refinement a little bit better of this heifer coming here in third. A really good top heifer, and I like her structure. To me, she's just a little plain in terms of her hip, her pin set, and her pone. Just like to blow that heifer apart again. Make her just a little bit better, and her teeth spacing a little bit bolder when I get in behind her there. So get you a champion Charolais. This is a wonderful division. Very, very good cattle all the way down.
Our class winner for that is Trey Davis with Lauren Dowdy in reserve. Final drive up next for our Charlets. With coming back with us is Riley Sudreth, Lily Bissett, and Trey Davis.
I told you we started class one. I'm a sucker for Charolais cattle. I really, really like the breed. And if you're up here right now watching ringside, you probably have either a showman here or a second behind, and you're here supporting them. So if you guys would, these are three really good cattle here. Give them a nice round of applause here for bringing these Charolais cattle to us. They're all three really good, and they are totally different. I will never tell you that the Class 1 winner and Class 2 look anything alike. They certainly don't, but that's part of it. When you're showing livestock and you maybe have smaller classes, you run into some different kinds. I think this is one powerful, powerful Charolais heifer here up front. I mean, her foot size, her substance, her bone, and her muscle is off the charts. Very, very good. She probably won't be just the tallest, biggest cow long term because she's just a little shorter in her cannon, but I like her frame score, and I love her moderation, her punch, her dimension to her. We got to make a call here on her in this division. Is she just ladylike enough in terms of her shoulder shape? Is she just good enough in her length and levelness of hip? And still, I think with time, when that heifer comes together and pieces together, she's going to be real competitive. Extra substance, extra dimensions, really, really good. Love the refinement and just the ladylike look here. The heifer that wins Class 2, she could be dialed down in her tail head and probably isn't just as bold and as cowy as the other two, but certainly a good female in her own right. We just discussed, partners, a big heifer that wins, and I'll tell you, man, we've seen a couple of heifers hit the ring so far that have won breeds, and they are going to be really, really fun here to sort in a little while. This is, again, nationwide, top tier, top 1% Charolais big bred heifer. You know, she, in her own right, buddy, as you take her to a big national show, she might get turned by a few that are a little longer necked, a little freakier there through her front end. But I'll tell you what, I think this is a show heifer, but she's a cow as well. I mean, she has rib cage, and you get up on top of her, she is packing a wagon from behind and handles it well. Beautifully presented, extra, extra fresh. I was going to comment on just how bright white and clean and fresh she was, but again, I told him he must have been standing next to the black heifer in the chute, but that is a beautiful, beautiful heifer. She's going to be your champion and does so very commandingly. Give this young man a nice round of applause here. We'll bring a second in behind. We drop in the second. As I told you, I really, really love this heifer's dimension to her as well. Another big-footed, big-boned heifer that handles it very, very well. A muscular female. She wasn't just as fresh and as attractive and smooth and ladylike as your champion. Certainly fits in the mix. Taking nothing away from our Class 2 heifer, to me, it does come down between our Class 1 or Class 3. I think both these females are very similar. They're muscular, they're powerful, they're growthy, they're really, really this thick. When you get right in behind them, for me, between the pair, one of them just comes with a little more extension, a little more length, a little more levelness in terms of their top line. I do like our second behind our champion. Young lady in the purple is going to be reserved. Congrats to her.
Kelly champion is Trey Davis, and our reserve is Laura Dowdy. Congratulations to you both. Keeping it going with our commercial breeding heifer class 19, starting it out with 2 entries, Clara Mitchell, Josie Caldwell.
Real nice pair to get us started in your commercial show, and I think these two are close because they're very, very different types and represent different kinds. I like the young man solid black heifer to be your class winner. To me, just a little bit more attractive there up to her front end, and I like her hip and her hind leg a little bit nicer there when the cattle are in motion. You know, obviously very skinny and green still, and probably doesn't have the same width and dimension as the other heifer there, but I think with time, her feet, her legs, her design is really, really impressive. The baldy white flanked heifer has more to her, and there's no doubt about it. A real long spine, really bold top, thick made type of a female. For me, sweetie, I'd like to make her just a little smoother in her shoulder, a little softer back to her flank, and just a little more attractive in terms of her hind leg, but certainly a long topped heifer with a lot of dimension. I'll listen to arguments on that pair. They're both very nice, just very different in terms of type and kind.
Our class winner was Josie Caldwell. Our reserve was Clara Mitchell. Class 20 brings 5 entries to the ring for our commercial breeding heifer group. Carly Thomas, Trey Davis, Macy Ferguson, Abigail Miller, Callie DeRosette.
Another wonderful class here in Class 2 of your commercials. 5 very, very good cattle. And I'd listened to some discussion between 2 and 3 amongst this group here. Cowboy's going to lead us out here with the Charolais heifer. And I told him right there when we selected his big bred that he might get beat by some that are a little wilder necked, a little neater up there through her front end. And he said, hold my chocolate milk. I'll bring you one right now. I mean, this thing is wild to look at through her front end. Real attractive and fancy through her neck and her shoulder. Still huge in terms of her center body. You know, she's a little round from hooks to pins and maybe just a little easy right there behind her shoulder at times, but a beautifully structured, feminine, refined, good-looking Charolais heifer here in your commercial division. I like that one very, very well. So I said 2 and 3 is where the discussion was for me amongst the group. I think there's differences in terms of refinement and then where you want to be in terms of punch and power. I like the white-legged, white-flanked heifers, just extra dimension to her. She's a longer-bodied heifer that's bolder from end to end and just a little bigger in terms of her foot size. A little coarser for me in terms of her overall makeup. I'd like to redesign her hind leg and make her just a little more ladylike there through her neck, her chest, and her shoulder. That's why I thought about using the star-headed heifer here, because I do like just her feminine look a little bit nicer. Real nice neck, smooth-shouldered, sound-made type of a heifer. Just read her a little bit more moderate and modest in terms of her rib shape, her width from behind. She, too, will still get just a little piecey when we study her in motion. Smoke heifer's big and bold and powerful, just a little round in terms of her hip for me. Really like this blaze face heifer's refinement through her neck and her shoulder. Just want to open her up as I step right in behind her. Very green, very juvenile heifer. Just needs a little bit more time to bulk up. So wonderful class, good class winner there, and good cattle all the way down the lineup.
Congratulations to our class winner, Trey Davis, with Callie DeRosette as our reserve. Class 21 brings 4 entries with Ellie Shuping, Channy Brown, Alana McDaniel, Tatum Mills.
Well, as we keep rolling, I'll tell you what, I've been very, very fortunate to judge, I think, 10 or so shows here in the last 5 or so years on the East Coast, but only a few just cattle and pig shows, a lot of sheep and goats. I don't know what I've been missing, but I don't really care to judge sheep and goats out here ever again. These cattle are really, really impressive this morning, and we have another standalone winner up front. I think this female is gorgeous in terms of her balance, her rib cage quality, and just her depth of side, her structure, her looseness and refinement is absolutely off the charts. Again, here from a distance, as you really break that heifer down or get right up on top of her, you know, her top line and the way she feeds from her shoulder to her mid-body and back out to her hip could be just a little stronger, but that comes with her looseness of joints, her foot quality, her body type. That is a fresh, attractive, good-looking type of a heifer who I think wins this gig pretty handily. We'll be excited to see her back here in just a few. I thought second and third is where we needed to have our discussion amongst this particular class. Two completely different types of cattle, and I think they're meant for different purposes. I think if we're going to make some show steers or something just a little freakier, the smoke heifer is the next one in line for me. That female is beautiful and wild through her neck and her shoulder, really attractive in her presence. I need to soften her up, sweetie, in terms of her rib and her body, and she's just a little shallow-jawed for me, and I'd just like to make her more maternal in her makeup, but certainly an intriguing breeding piece. If bred correctly, I'd certainly think she's got potential, just a little straight in her shoulder, a little tight in her body. I do like the functionality better. The star-headed heifer coming in next, I think that's a real cowy, good-bodied, sound-made type of a female. Just a little plain for me through her chest, her neck, and her shoulder, a little tighter to her flank, and for me, just needs a little bit more substance from the ground up. We could spread her wider at her feet, make her a little bolder in terms of her forerib. Really nice red and white heifer here that's strong in terms of her lines and level out of her hip. Of this group, young lady, just a little too hard in terms of her overall makeup. Like to soften her in her body and relax her spine. She'll get just a little round there in motion. If you guys would, good class, 4 of them, a lot of discussion. Give them a nice hand here as they exit, please.
Ellie Shooping is our class winner, with Tatum Mills as our reserve. Class 22 has 5 entries. We have Maddie Kraus, Malachi Music, Addison Sprinkle, Carter Bridges, Margaret Prinzo.
Well, this is a really tough pair for me because I think these cattle are just so different in where they're at in the stage of life and completely different kinds. So for me, it's pretty obvious which one has more to her, and that is the young lady's heifer. She is big and husky-bodied and real cowy. When you get in behind her, that's not why she wins, though. Not just because she's bigger and bolder. I think her foot quality is so much better. I like the lay of her tail head. I like the spread of her feet. As you build her from the ground up, she's a bigger-footed, wider-toed heifer that just carries more dimension and substance. We could peel her back just a little bit. She's got plenty of bark and condition on her for me. I could freshen her up there through her neck and her front end, make her just a little leveler out of her hook bone. But I think for me, in terms of just cow potential, foot quality, and pastern set, I liked her a little bit better than the heifer in second. Heifer in second, certainly more attractive. Up through her neck and her front end, I really like that heifer's refinement, her design through her shoulder and her neck. Still comes back good in terms of her top line, but she's not near as just busted open, as massive and cowy as the one we start with. And then as you watch that heifer travel in motion, a little tighter in her rear foot and her pastern, a little high in her tail head, I didn't read her just as good from the ground up. But certainly a tough pair. You could do a lot of different things there. The gray and white heifer here coming in next, really good in her rib shape. I love her mass and dimension up high. Gets a little smaller in terms of her foot size, a little plainer here from the profile. We come in next with the black and white heifer. I really like her length and levelness of lines, her maternal look there through her front end. I'd like to dial her down in her tail head as well, make her just a little softer in terms of her heart, a little nicer through her neck. We conclude with the heifer I like in terms of her moderation, her frame score. Still got a nice, attractive hind leg laid into her, maybe just a little harder in her body type, a little narrower pinned as I step right in behind her there, but a good class all the way through, and I thought a very tough pair. Give them a nice round of applause here if you guys would for me, please.
Congratulations to Addison Sprinkle is our class winner. Malachi Music is our reserve. Class 23 brings six entries into the ring. Sarah Clark, Stevie Watson, Lauren Dowdy, Caroline Edwards, Dakota Carpenter, Beecher Allison.
Another very nice class here in the commercial show, and I do think it's a close top pair. We've had this a couple times today where you need to either figure out if you're going to use maybe a little more maternal cowier one or maybe one with a little more breeding value and just a little bit more to her, and I think that's the decision we need to make. I'll tell you what, young lady, your smoke heifer is a real powerful one. I love her muscle, her rib shape, her body shape, real big-footed, big-boned heifer, and I still thought she handled it well in terms of structure. I'll be honest with you, young lady, she's maybe just too coarse for me and her overall makeup. I really would like to make her more refined there than her head shape and her tail head. Maybe just a little much for me in a breeding heifer show, but I thought in terms of body shape and foot quality and power, she needed to surface in this particular group. The white flank star-headed heifer I like in terms of her refinement there through her front end, a little more maternal type of heifer, and I like her length and levelness down her top line. Sweetie, for me, with her extra frame size, I wish I could just soften her and her body type, give her just a little bit more substance as I build her from the ground up. Next three cattle are very different. I thought this was the next most complete heifer. She takes kind of the extension and body here with a little more refinement of this heifer. I like Buddies in terms of her hind leg, real big body type of a female, just a little plain in terms of her front end, could be just a little smoother in the way of her tail head. A lot of the same can be said about this heifer. In terms of performance, she's got as much of an advantage in terms of growth and extension, still really sound in terms of her feet and legs. Gets a little weird there out through her grow bone and her tail head, and just a little bit tighter in terms of her overall makeup, but a very good female. I like the refinement here of the young lady's heifer that rounds you out. Of those three, she's really as good-necked and as ladylike and feminine as any of them. Just a little bit flatter in her overall makeup. Would like to open her up as I step behind the cattle there, but a good class there, and like I said, as much challenge, 3, 4, and 5, and 1 and 2 that we've had so far. Congratulations to those 5.
Congratulations to Lauren Dowdy as our winner, with Dakota Carpenter as our reserve. Class 24 rounds out our commercial breeding heifer group with 2 entries: Addison Sprinkle, Abigail Miller.
I believe they said last class here, the commercial show, a good pair of cattle, very different in their overall makeup. I really like this solid black female, and it's from the ground up. That is a husky cowie type of a female. Her foot quality, the shape of her hind leg is really good. I love just her structure down low, and then tacks on a huge rib cage, plenty of mass and body, and then looks like a cow there from the profile. You know, if we're going to get on to her, she's starting to hit that point in terms of maturity that we could certainly just freshen her up there through her neck, her chest floor, and just smooth her up in the way her shoulder lays into her body. But man, a good uddered, big-footed, great-bodied female certainly going to add a lot of value to our commercial lineup. The Brockle heifer is really fresh, and I like her leanness of condition, a little bit nicer than your class winner. Really lean, attractive, good line type of a female. Young lady, in relation to her, just not as dimensional and as bold in terms of her body type. And as I build her from the ground up, she's just a little smaller footed, but I really like this heifer's refinement and her condition. That's a very nice pair to bring us to the end of your commercial show.
Congratulations to Abigail Miller as our class winner, with Addison Sprinkle as our reserve. horsemen back for our final drive if we're ready. Final drive is Josie Caldwell, Trey Davis, Ellie Shuping, Addison Sprinkle, Lauren Dowdy, Abigail Miller.
Guys, I'm trying to get you a good pace here so you're not around till 9 o'clock here tonight. But I'll tell you, when we need to take our time, we'll certainly do so. This is an awesome division here of commercial cattle. We call them commercial cattle, but I'm pretty sure most of these are registered in some way, whether we got some percent semis out here, a Charlet, more of a clubby heifer there in the middle. So just to give you a quick highlight of where I'm at here in a really, really good lineup. The young man's Class 1 heifers is refined and tidy as any of them. Probably just needs a little more to her today in terms of substance. The young man Charlet heifer, as he circles her, man, I loved her when she came in class, and I told you she gets just a little weird out of her hip when she's wanting to be just a little sluggish and lazy on him. She comes back out here for the drive, and man, when she perked up there that first time, that is an eye-catching Charlet heifer, and I don't care what you want to call her breed-wise, that heifer is beautiful in terms of her balance. To make them that neat in terms of their neck, their chest, and their shoulder, to put a rib shape, a body shape laid into one like she is awfully hard to do. And what I love about this heifer, for her breed conformation, is not only is she just attractive and good looking, she has the punch, the power to make it, but it lays on maternal. It lays on smooth. She's got great joints, great feet, beautiful balance, super fresh. I like that heifer so well. We talked, if she's going to get beat here in this particular lineup, is she just perfect in terms of her strength at top, perfect in terms of hooks to pins? That's the call we need to make on her there. The young lady's percentage semi here out of Class 3, that's another one that hit me super hard when she came in class. A really fresh heifer that's super attractive, big rib shape as well, and very soft in terms of her body type. She too, like the Charlet heifer, will get just a little funky in terms of her, just right in behind her shoulder and the way her top line will come together at times. And then for me, maybe just a little plainer there up to her head and her neck, a little rounder from hooks to pins, but I certainly think she is in this lineup for a reason and has a lot of quality, a lot of value. There's no doubt about it. Just a big, massive, powerful cow, one Class 4, and I just love her performance, her dimension, and her overall body. A little plainer here up to her neck and her front end, and we could freshen her up a scotch in her breeding condition, but certainly a big rib, powerful female. The gray heifer here circling, you know, in this group, she's probably not the most refined. She is probably just a little clubbier than what I deem ideal for a breeding heifer, but I love her foot size, her bone, her power, just a little too coarse for me. I think from the shoulder blade back here, the black heifer that wins the last class, she's right there in the thick of things. I mean, an overwhelming body shape and dimension, a beautiful uddered heifer. That's the best udder and teat spacing we've had in the ring. And if you build her from the ground up, her foot shape, her shape of her hind leg, and just her mass and body and dimension certainly suits me very well. If she gets beaten this lineup, it's there up front. She's starting to show just a little bit more condition there through her chest and her shoulder. I'd like to freshen her up and just tie her in a little neater there. But you got to give credit where credit's due, and that's a big bred that's held together with a great body shape. And again, she's the best uddered, arguably the best footed heifer out here. Need to probably freshen her up in terms of her eye appeal. So I think these cattle are really good. I wanted to take just a little little bit longer there to tell you where I was and what I saw in them, because I think they're certainly deserving. There's a pair for me. We're going to drop in a second here behind your champion. There's a pair I think suit together very, very well. Give them another round of applause if you guys would, please, and I'll get you a Champion in Reserve commercial.
Our overall champion is Trey Davis for commercial. Our reserve champion is Ellie Shuping. Congratulations. Moving on into Class 25, starts our Hereford breeding heifers. Starting Class 25 with single entry, Sedona Sifford.
Boy, an awesome way to start your Hereford show. And I told you in the Charolais, a big soft spot for Charolais cattle. Same can be said about a good Smurford here. I like this heifer. She is classy and tidy and really good down her top line. You know, probably not just going to be the boldest, the cowiest in terms of her body, but that's a June calf that looks the same, really, really attractive. Probably could use a little more pigment there to her right eye and just a little bit more body and depth to her at this point, but it's certainly a good single entry. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Sedona. Moving right on in with 3 entries to the ring for Class 26 is Cody Lyon, Levi Bryangar, Sedona Sifford with another entry.
Another nice class here of Herefords, and I think there's some discussion here between second and third. Young lady brings us another one I really, really like. Yeah, in terms of her freshness, her eye appeal, and extra extension she brings to the table, accommodates it with a good body type and a very, very nice set of feet and legs as well. Could probably have a little more set, just aesthetically built into her hawk from the profile. And like your last one, just right eye pigment could be just a little bit better, but certainly a very, very nice heifer. Really like the markings here of the heifer in second. A good red color, red to the ground, a good body, just bold type of a female. Thought she had a little more dimension to her than the female there in third, and still handled her spine just a little bit nicer. Of the class 2, great goggle-eyed, good pigmented, deep red type of a heifer. Really, really like her markings there. A real attractive, good-looking female comes here in third. Of the group, just a little flatter in terms of her rib and her width, and I can forgive that. If she was just a little bit better in her spine, she'll get just a little rounder on us in motion. So good trio of them. Nice Hereford cattle there, very well presented, all three of them.
Congratulations, this is Nona Sifford with our Class 26 winner. Levi Breingar is our reserve. 2 entries for Class 27. Charlie Birdsell, Sedona Sifford.
Another really nice pair here of red and white Hereford heifers here. Both these cattle are attractive to me. Both are really sound in terms of their foot and leg structure. So between the pair, just the extra rib and body and dimension of your class winner suits me better, and then does so with a real attractive, fresh, great balance type of a look. I really, really like that female. It's just hard to pick major holes in. Does some things very, very well for the breed. Like I said, young lady, I think your heifer is great pigmented, really, really good. Top line, very nice through her neck, and she is equally as sound as what your class winner is on her feet and legs. Between the pair, just a little greener in terms of her flank. I'd like to soften her in her body and just smooth her up there in her tail head a little bit there. 2 good showmen, 2 good Hereford heifers. Now give them a nice hand here if you're around ringside, please.
Congratulations to Sedona Sifford on our class win, with Charlie Birdsell as our reserve. Class 28 is 3 entries. Walker Bailey, Sedona Sifford, Charlie Birdsell.
Another very nice class of Hereford heifers, and I had to ask the young lady if she bought all these Herefords or if she's breeding them herself, because they are all just carbon copies and exact replicas of each other, and that's exactly what you want in a cow base. This female here is just overwhelming in her body and her mass and her substance, and still handles it well and looks like a good balanced maternal Hereford heifer there from the profile. You know, maybe not just as clean in her neck shape or as extended as the heifer coming in second, but so well balanced, so complete. Again, congratulations to you. You've bought a pile here of Hereford heifers that have all been very, very competitive. Buddy, you're a great showman here on this freckle-faced heifer here, and I really like her from the profile. A nice neck, really long spine, level-made type of a heifer. I thought she was cleaner through her navel and a little nicer through her front end than the heifer that comes in behind her. Buddy, in relation to our class winner, just need a little more to her in terms of rib and body and foot size. I mean, you've done an awesome job today getting her presented for us. I wish you the best of luck. You got a bright future there showing cattle. I really like this louder marked heifer in terms of her rib. She's certainly got a little more to her in terms of body and dimension. More power can be found in her than Buddy's heifer. Just a little weird in her navel, a little plainer there through her throat, her chest, and her front end. Like to freshen her up a little bit there. But that's three very useful, very nice Hereford heifers. Give them a good hand here, please, as they're exiting. Three good showmen there in a good class.
Congratulations to Dona Sifford on our class win, with Walker Bailey as our reserve. Class 29 rounds out our Hereford breeding group. 4 entries with Sedona Sifford, Janie Kay, Audrey Bailey, Ansley Gee.
Really good class of 4 of them here. And to me, again, if you're like livestock judging in a contest setting, it's kind of a two-pair class, and there's a lot of discussion to be had. I like both these females up front very, very well. Just a little more freshness, and design is found in your class winner. A really, really smooth, fresh, great balance type of a heifer at this stage of the game. I thought she was better out of her hip, a little fresher in her pone and her tail head, and just came together a little nicer here from the profile. I wish she had a little more set, just aesthetically built into her hock from the profile, but I think when she gets out and goes, she covers her track, she's good in her feet. It's a real and Hereford heifer here, going to add some value here in the lineup. The deeper red heifer with a shot knot there on her left side is certainly a great cow prospect. I mean, massive in her rib and her body, really, really dimensional, big structured type of a female as well. Didn't read her just as good in her lower body sweep in terms of her heart to her flank, just as fresh there around her tail head and her pones. But we're going to have a real good Hereford lineup here. I've liked a lot of these heifers. I think the next two are close because they're very different. I just prefer the fleshing ability and structure of the young lady's heifer coming coming in next. Maybe just a little heavy in her condition there through her throat and her chest floor. Could lean her up a little bit, but I really like her body and her structure. Same can be said here in different ways with the freckle-faced heifer that the young lady brings us here. Another heavy structure, good-footed female, just a little thin in terms of her body and her depth today. Just like to freshen her up a little in her breeding condition. So wonderful class. I believe that's the end of our Hereford show. If you would, just like we've done through all these Hereford classes, give them a nice hand here as they're exiting on a good group.
Ansley Gee is our class winner for Class 29, with Sedona Sifford as our reserve. Final drive for our Hereford breeding group is up next.
As we get out here for your Hereford lineup, probably my favorite lineup just from class to class that we've had out in the ring so far today. I think we started out with a little calf that set the tone very, very well. As we get all the way back to our big bred, this is a consistent group. And what I try to do each and every class, we've had a few of these divisions where we've had so many different kinds. I think you look out here, man, every one of them is going to be a tremendous cow. They're great ribbed, and they're all really, really good structured. And then there's just some subtle differences to add on top of it. Again, they're super consistent. They're very, very similar in their overall makeup. There's a pair to me that stick together, and they're maybe just a little different in their overall kind. I think one of them is just a little more attractive today, yet still accommodates it with a really, really good rib shape. Her heart and back into her flank, and just the sweep and swell of her body suits me a little bit better in your reserve. So I'll give them one more look, grab you a champion in reserve, pay them off with a good round of applause here. These young ladies are working hard in a good Hereford division.
Congratulations to our overall champion, Ansley Gee, and our reserve, Sedona Sifford. Class 31 is our Shorthorn breeding heifer group. One class with 6 entries. Coming to the ring, we have Caleb Davis, Michaela Davis, Ashlyn Houston, Riley Sudreth, another Ashlyn Houston entry, Cody Lyon.